The world.
I think I have my mic muted for them.
Oh, that's a shame, Ace. Why?
I don't know why I have my mic muted.
Don't do it, Ace. I don't want to be talking to myself. It's
It's
lonely.
fine.
It's lonely. uh, who's actually?
I'm talking to you.
But they don't know you're talking to me, Ace. They don't know. I need to get a mic cover so I can have my fan on, but at the same time, I don't seem like I'm in like a hurricane.
Yeah, people would get concerned for you. The thing disappeared. It's a plot twist. So we're still seeing. I'm still gonna qualify here.
I got so many quests everywhere.
It's weird.
Do I get the title Guardian of Eorzea after the Guardian of Eorzea quest?
I think there.
I don't even use titles.
Yeah, I just look through them every now and then for one that I like.
I got a title that I don't even know where it came from. Ready for me to start reading, Ace?
Sure.
Now the matter of Ramu has, for the present, been put to rest. There is something I would show you. It's a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of Eorzean Alliance, knowledge of the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions in part, particular the names of particular. Thank you, Ace. The names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King, Mughal 12, Leviathan, and Naramu. Needless to say, there is only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that we were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my calls to arms. You are a true hero, and Eorzea is that much the safer for your presence. I can't read, Ace. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ashians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own. And that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift that we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace. We owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf. the people you have won over to our cause. In doing so, in so doing, our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom ye are now blessed. Of the sylphs of little Soleils who wish not to have conflict, of the Almahingans and the Domans who stand with us determined to halt the dread march of the Empire. And then there are the many unsung individuals who have gathered here in Revenant's Toll, honest men and women who seek to employ their skills for the good of all. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ashians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming and ascendant. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Alphanad, I take it the troubles in Udal no longer require your attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air is simmering. Violence is largely disputed. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. That and to speak with you concerning the new organization we just discussed. I have a message for you from L. You recall the refugee girl, the one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Afanad, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. You have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realms on one side of the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the tale? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozen was his name? I believe he has some small matter he wished to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Okay, Ace, I'm done.
Is Ariane J speaking?
No, sadly not. You don't know if Ariane J was speaking. I would not make it through there, honestly. I was starting to break. I was break. No, it was Mephilia and Afanad.
Alfie now.
I thought that was his sister's name. No, his sister's name was
Alize.
Alize. Yeah, okay.
His name is probably Alfie now.
Look, it's Miss. She's back from her adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals, and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very all domain adventurers guild to protect all the domains. Oh, and oh, do you think you could train us today? Miss, maybe you could show us how you fight with the primals. What's all the commotion then? Miss Boulder, Mr. Colton? Well, did you know that Miss is back? So it would seem welcome home. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scion, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hori Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Colton. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Domin younglings in the art of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. And we were just asking Miss if she could give us some special training. I think we were ready to hunt monsters alongside her. Don't you? Well, you certainly be been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordana are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter proposal. What if I were to cross swords with a demonstration of skills at ours, if you will? Hurry, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhap I am, but what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you? Will you consent to spar with me? Can I kill him? Ace, can I kill
No, you can kill him.
him? Alright, we're to have a tournament. Come on, everyone. We must prepare our gear for an outing. What weapons do they use?
One of them's a marauder. The other ones are children or a black mage, I can't tell.
Do try not to disappoint, huh? Have faith, Colton. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Oh no, no, I meant the kids. What classes are the kids? And who is spamming? Oh, Muggy is just spamming the comment section.
Luckily, I don't think you can hear me now.
It's weird because I can see the comment section just light up, but it doesn't show me the comments.
There's a chest over there, but you don't want to aggro the dragon. There's a dragon. There's a chest over there.
Well, it's good of you to agree to this. I trust you are ready to begin. Let's do this. Let's go beat up what, Conjurer and a Marauder you said it was? He looks like a paladin.
I look like a spouter.
Very well. Let us not keep the younglings waiting on any longer. Hurry. Are you certain you wish to fight her alone? That is the hero you face. Wait, what better way to test my mettle? Pride allowed me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero legend that led me to join the Science to begin with. Without her to inspire my effort, I would not be half the warrior I am today.
Oh crap. There's
Your point is well made. Remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Yeah, he looks like a black mage. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? Oh, Yida and Thancred. You know, what? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find who thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there are still more to come. When I mentioned the hero's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You best claim victory, bringer of light. Your beginning reputation is a stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. Yeah, he's a swordsman.
Maybe it's a paladin.
Yeah, so it's definitely paladin armor. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. On your guard. Yeah, he's definitely a paladin. Oh, okay. Was that it? That was actually way too fast. Okay. Oh, I did so much damage, it's not letting me do any more damage. Or unless that's a paladin move that he completely went immune. You have bested me. I yield. That was incredible. She beat both of them at the same time. We knew you couldn't lose. None of us can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do if I am to ever to attempt the same. Wow, getting beat in front of a crowd by two people. Shame.
That's rough.
That's rough.
Everybody gets screws over.
Impressive as always. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. Good gosh, I can't read. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Garden of Eorzea. Yes, that is most fitting title. Do you recall when first we met? 'Twas at the Moral Service for the Battle of Cantanu. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impression were less than favorable. Dire problems abandoned, and yet the effort I saw expanded towards their solution was haphazard. and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The Legitus single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me through countless acts of bravery that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people, these wonderful, infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe grandfather's admiration for the inexhaustible courage grew into a favorite wish, a wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants, and charting, of course, for the future. I wish that that has now become my own. I will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the science of Seven Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ashians is a new expanded organization that operates beyond the limitation of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back at the walls of the Rising Stones. So, is there no more Science of the Seventh Dawn? Are we disbanding? I'm trying not to have my fan on, but it's hot. Ace, it's hot in here.
That's fine. I don't really hear it that bad.
You not like dying. What are you doing?
I'm in a dungeon right now.
Oh, Shadowbringer's dungeon?
No, Heaven's Word dungeon. There's an Isagir out in this dungeon.
Ah. Okay, after I finish this quest,
Do Heaven's Cure.
after I finish this quest, I'm gonna get some food, and I'll be right back. Thank you for coming. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. I forget which is good, determination or tenacity.
Depends.
Flip, I gotta read them again. Um, okay, I need tenacity. Affects the amount of physical and magical damage dealt and received, as well as HP restored. The higher value, the more damage dealt, the more HP restored, and the less damage taken. Only accessible when only accessible when role is tank. Oh, tenacity is good for tanks. What's determination then? Affects the amount of damage dealt by both physical and magical attacks, as well as the amount of HP restored by healing. Okay, I need determination. Okay, I'll be right back. I am back. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the seventh astral era, the leaders of the three nations have been del, deliberating, deliberating over the accord that seeks to bring the desperate forces of Eosia together into a single entity, a realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet, while purpose of this hypothetical organization is disputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of the endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus toward unification drain away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope it to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operations according to the science. 'Tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lead momentum to the lagging deliberations. As being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of the misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the ascendant. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugees revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Science Command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wide range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goal of my proposed organization, and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing the precursor to the true border spanning Grand Company, 'tis yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Thank you. 'Tis assuring indeed to know that the bringer of light and her discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination is Limson Louisa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Why do I have the feeling that I might choose someone evil? Ah, there you are. I am ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with the Admiral. I would not pronounce her name. The Admiral's name is so difficult. While the Admiral and I are finalizing the promissory boundaries and signing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe that a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, 'tis of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you need range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with significant candidates to suit our purpose. Once you are satisfied with the recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter. That we, that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Well, if it ain't the hero, I did not forget a venture brave enough or draft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember Royal, don't you? Formerly the Company of Heroes, three whistles at Bronze Lake. Yeah, yay. It ain't often I drag me out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fair are ye these days? Hmm? You looking to put together a new crew? Top tier work? Huh, sounds like right lark. It does. Alright, last, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into my grave just yet. How's that dungeon going for you, Ace? What? Your mic is just turned down super low.
Or just smell like my face.
Oh. A precursor to United Ayozu Grand Company? While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here is now to geek and Vine Mills. Keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be trespassing hither and yon across the realm. Should I require my skill as an armor, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Speaking of, while I'm in Limsa, currencies. I do have 7,000. Nice. Yeah? Who in the bloody elves do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sodden knight in shiny plate. If you looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on Dandy Calvin's door. Aren't you just a colorful personality? Master Afanat new organization? Yes, I have had heard the formation of his trial company was in the offering. Tis with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limson Lumens must need receive my full attention. An organization with freedom to operate with territorial impurity, I must say, your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens will, but the Krakens well know that theirs is a time to act and time to watch, and I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. So one person, yeah, best one person than no one. Your recruiting went well, I get. Trust. I'm curious as to how many proposals was received by the rough and ready folk of St. Louis. Ah, a member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Cedar proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue on to Gardania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Norfolk's altar. I wonder what is cheaper, teleporting or actually flying. 1618. Flying, of course. I'm already here too. Oh, not you. What's up, Ace? Not only does it have to drop, but you also gotta win it out of a
Well, I'm currently playing Xbox Series 278.
what class?
It's a range DPS.
Oh,
Range DPS.
it's a bard.
Yeah, I'm using Bard right now. There's so many abilities. You should probably play Machinist way easier.
Probably. The DPS is there. My audience with the Elder Seas here is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you would once more seek to task the recruitment here in Gridania. After you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. Is it like two people here? Nope. There's more than two people here. Well, at least all of them are like really bunched up. I feel like I gotta go ask the old man that took care of the manor if he wants to join the company of whatever. That trial company. I was gonna say company of heroes. Oh gods, can it truly be you? By the fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentis, the man who crimes you expose. I was a regular patron of Basquiar's. Well, of course you do. I was beginning to wonder if Go had changed me more than I realized. Now that I have any particular wish to be recognized after my shameful conduct, hmm? The less said, the less said of my past, the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? And what is the policy on re-reformed convicts? As matter stands, the Woodwellers will have not more to do with me. This may be just the second chance I was looking for. Reverend Estelle, you say? I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this. I promise you. I am a changed man. That's two. I remember him though. I can't remember. It was Lancers or Archers. Where's the Archers Guild? Oh, there it is. That's so far out. Since not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited, and this company of yours certainly sounds to have some promises, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. You would offer this man a place in your company of champions? I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young mistress, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever years remain to me. I bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. Oh, man, you technically redeemed yourself by sending her to death. It's you I don't remember. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest your tormented back gives up you for good. I am terribly sorry. We're just. Oh, isn't it? It has been some time since paths crossed outside Copperbell Mines. Copperbell Mines. I don't remember. Well, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then, but look how far you come. Mother Maona tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf, and now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks. of the New Order? Hmm. Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Ilsdoro safely home. Ah, you got one piece of the armor?
Well, I got the piece that matters. Just the chest piece.
Oh yeah, you did say you're it's Hrothgar, isn't it? Your race. Okay. I was about to say Rogadin, and I was like, you're not a Rogadin. Those are the brutish people.
The extra.
What news? For my past, the other cedar was most amenable to our requirements. A former wood dweller and a second seasoned adventurer. Our company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Uda whilst the iron is hot? Let us meet at World Promend and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. Probably should have checked where I was supposed to go first. And I definitely went to the wrong spot. Oh, no, that's actually more beneficial. Okay.
Chores for the Lord. Duties performed.
Chores for the who? Oh. Ah.
See, that would give me like defense general spell.
Are they four-armed people?
No, but everything else about them is
Spot. So more of a dreg than the whole fallen race. Flip, I went to the wrong spot.
something about accuracy.
Udal, the gilded city where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us. That that this final leg proves as successful as previous two. Might I suggest descending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us approaching from her personal guard. Let us meet back here at the Promende when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting. Love how the music changed as soon as I got done reading that. Spot on, Uda. Oh, nope. Go back to... Yep. Oh, this is the Coliseum. Yeah, okay. Wait. You're the lady who came to Little Mexico looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't. I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Any road, that disaster really got me thinking about our homeland and about the outsiders who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make of myself a more worldly man. So here I am, a new company of champions, and you say it will take me to all corners of the realm. That sounds excellent, like the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I am not the same stripling you met in All Mexico. I Wilred, the guy that ambushed you and then almost got ambushed. I prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. Who do you thought it was? Ow. Whenever you say you see, I always figure it's a spoiler moment. So I won't question anymore. Oh, it took up mining today. I'm a level 34 miner. Yes. Well, it goes by quick, and if you go buy the voucher from the company, because that's what I did. I bought a voucher from the company, and then I went there, started the quest. So the quest will prolong you to every 5 levels. So I got up to 30 just by doing the class quest. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me? Perchance I am Orson of the Church of Saint Adam Landema. Thank you again for your timely rescue, and I must also thank you for preventing the fraudulent priest from prying on dry bones less fortunate. That most upsetting business are you here with your company? Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, 'tis new company you seek then. Your proposed organization sounds powerfully force for good, but my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you will well in this undertaking. I didn't think we was gonna win over a priest anyways. But after mining, I was gonna take up goldsmithing. That or armor. That way when I mine, I can just make the things I need. I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new fashioned manner of positioning a lady? Well, I'm afraid you were wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, miss. Okay. Oddest encounter. Am I missing someone? No, both of them are right here. Okay. Both of them are right there. With Sapphire Avenue. Have you come to tell me the news, soldier? Well, I've already heard it. Seems that the would-be savior of Udall refugees went and got himself killed, and not by your hands. He was just as much a pawn as the helpless cast-off he sought to deceive. Eh? That's not why you're here. Eh? You'd be surprised what rumor drift down the Pearl Line. I know for this glorious new company of yours, just how far I go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the streets say your organization is founded by corrupt coin by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Wow, I thought you would be more grateful. A company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next all over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Ace, you still there?
Concentrating. Yeah, we're still here.
Oh, death door. I get you.
Your partner requires a lot of concentration. You have to time your abilities like really well. Always keep an eye on
How fair to you? What hidden gems did the street of Udall offer up to you unrelenting gaze? Hmm, a single Almahigan you? Well, you've certainly given us an admiral star, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. And these troubled years following the calamity, uh, take following the calamity, talk of Eorzea salvation must seem akin to gasping at clouds. But there are those who has have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victors you yourself have won. Thank you. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. All of them die, don't they? And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubtably my surmise, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the document signed, and the finances secure. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You are concerned about the syndicate involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully sanctionized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely on the outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumors, doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove itself. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to Rising Stone and lay the first stone for United Eorzea. I said he's very, very enthusiastic about this.
Maybe that you takes
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation,
here.
yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Some waterworks happened. still there, Ace? I'm all alone. Mechanics.
DPS, I do like
That's probably bad since you're a bard. Because, as I can tell, bards don't really do concentrated damage, do they? They're really good with a group. Like, I invited to a company. I like that. I wish I could get some more chocobo armor.
this, so I can buy like just keep an eye out.
I probably,
That was in like a spinny like arrows. You know what I'm talking about? They
yeah.
actually have good stuff that you can trade for certain currencies. Which is when you get those currencies.
That is not a journey I soon wish to repeat, but I cannot pause to rest. The accumulation of all our efforts is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your service. I am certain the Ascended will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Greetings. Aphronet tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Science shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Tataru. Thank you. Is cooperating with Aphronet to see that all is in readiness. So I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices in the meantime. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Selfborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there is aught he requires? Good gosh, towards the end I was just breaking, Ace. I hate that they did the same thing in the Waking Stand, but 3 separate areas for the whole Scions.
Yeah, kind of annoying.
That's just 3 different load screens I have to wait through. Well, 2 different load screens. Well, 3 if I teleport. What can I do for you? I thought you have your hands full helping out with the new arm of the Scions. I barely noticed your recruits arrive. 'Twas barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told the trial company will answer directly to the Ascended, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Selfborn, the shipment, we couldn't... Godswoman, what befell? We we were bringing our shipment to Revenant's Toll provision, ear, earmarked for the frontal effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordana, we were set upon by Birgrans. I believe they may have been heretics. They they were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is not to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest, and I will have someone along to tend to those rooms. What to do? The heretics are involved. Then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did the supplies originate? House of Four Temps. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are appraised of this development. Were you not on good terms with the Knights of House Four Temps? I will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I will also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realized I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring the incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Haintrofin will be glad of your assistance. It doesn't the next DLC start in Ishgard? That was the smallest reply I've ever heard. Yeah. So I'm halfway there.
You're almost there. You're nearly there. Just a little bit longer.
And then raids.
Okay,
Well, yeah, you got that. I love the sound of Ishgard, though. Oh, I could have teleported. I'm teleporting there. The next DLC it is not Storm. Is it Stormblood? Not Stormblood. Heavensward, and then Stormblood. Well, if it isn't my fine friend, would you care for a plate of roast carcool? No? Ah, I see. You have not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. Oh, that's the only one I can get, though. Well, for my class.
coincident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Curth's soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Hallone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
I like how he talks. Flip is his name. Now I gotta go look at his name. I completely forgot. Harchvant? His voice actor is pretty good. Yeah. Oh, you can go way down. Wrong door. Welcome. We'll be pleased to know that the repairs to Stone Vigil proceeds apace. We shall rebuild such and strong that Dravians might better themselves since against our shield and the west. I would venture, however, the matter of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. Oh, on the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? But by the Fury. But you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess, then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabout have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly without warning and are canny enough to invade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confines us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not that what manner of influence the Ice Heart wills, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fever. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhap we would care to question one of their recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow laying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. From a high standpoint, I feel like the higher you get in level, the further you could jump down. Tell you what happened. Yeah, why, yes, of course. I am quite recovered enough for that. Anything that to help catch those cowardly black hearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground and several heretics were riffling through my cargo. Armor, crystals. They were taking everything. So it was then that one of them noticed my blurry gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they were hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me twice a miracle I survived at all, and I will not trust my thick skull to save me the second time. That is one heavy head if you survived a strike with a mace at the head. Good. Draw your weapons. Foul. Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You are come seeking heretics. Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of the raiding parties and pursued them here. By right, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, and yet they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. do I always have creepy people looking over me from cliffs? You glimpse a woman on top of the cliff. Could it be Icy Heart herself who come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. 'Twould be best were we to return Whitebrim front and lay our suspicion before Lord Drillmont. I was so about to go up there. That was a fishing area. It appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. That they should be bested so handily. I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provision lost to us now. For now. 'Twould be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and for Lord Hinterfant of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Oh, that's so disorientating.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. that she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Haha, I see someone else in the monk garb. She has white and red hair. Tis good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen waste of Coerthas? House of Fortem is to send a second shipment. I must send thanks to Lord Hanfrant for his continued generosity. Yet, even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract even ever greater numbers for those who would do us harm. In the name of greed or power, all of us, Afanas new recruits included, we must remain vigilant against such threats. While you were away in Coerthas, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed. Although Tataru does yet seem somewhat flustered, I had taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I am sorely tempted to file all the lot in my waste paper basket. Ah, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. Will you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll. I haven't the time to track them down all down. The recruits now to know to don their garb immediately and simple here in the Rising Style. You'll want to report directly back to Afinad if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. Don't you want to wear a uniform, Ace? Why not? It's ugly. No. You'll see what? It can't be that bad.
It's like the Grand Company uniform.
That is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Well, it is a company, so it makes sense it would be like a Grand Company uniform. Oh, there's more people than I thought. Those who believe in this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself tis an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be wealth apparent in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. Do I just find any 8 people? I thought it was best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit that I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Oh, our new uniforms. I am reminded of my induction into the Wood Dwellers. That looks more than 8. I don't believe we've met. I am Ilbert, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the calamity. I took forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. The uniforms are so shrewd decision. There is no easier method of creating a common bond among what is essentially a band of strangers. This color garb makes me a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hardy defender of Lemson Lemenza. Yet, in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm, and thought this company will find opportunity to contribute a grander scale. Oh, now that's a striking shade of blue. Put it alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe would certainly not lack of color. Is that true, Ace? Is it that vibrant of a blue color? Illiduru has at last retired from the adventurer's life. Though I shall miss his wisdom and irresponsible spirit, I am excited to forge my own path forwards. Time to get out of that cloak, though. Ah, yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. Hello there, lass. Looking for me? Was he... I suggest giving a whistle, but I am not sure as I hear it among all the bustle. Oh, proper uniform and all. This thing, this thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry though. I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. I feel like he's gonna cut up his uniform, like completely shredded. Little old Mahigo could learn much from Revenant Soul, that this town can be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn quite a voluptuous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in no time. Who do what? Guys, I did not expect to meet you strolling about town. Details of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant Soul. Tis an honor to receive the uniform from your hands. I shall wear it all with pride. Can your mouse attack while you on them? Is that a thing? Yes, Tataru mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I am assume you now met the rest of the recruits. Some few answered through the calls of arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small core of elite warriors can achieve. Did I mention I thought of the name of the company? Tis my hope that shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near. Once the last recruit have gathered, I shall make the official announcement. What's the name of the company?
It's actually a little bad.
Oh my gosh, it is pretty bad.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
Okay. Wow, my controller died. 1 second.
Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur.
But as I was saying, the uniform is awful. The salute looks cool, and the name is actually really good.
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be we are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
Is that it for the Realm Reborn? No? Oh, dang.
I know. You're getting really close to being done, though.
I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might
Like,
accomplish.
The end is nigh.
This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder. Have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Hydaelyn's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Thank it, I thought it was talking. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let's hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The wind are uncommonly fierce this day. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's double bad. That's horrible. That cutscene with the what that seemed like the High Priestess of Ishgard. Most likely. Try as I might, I cannot shake the creeping sense of dark foreboding, but it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead of on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late. The beast tribes who summoned them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As the Asians, as for the Asians, Orangier is only dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak then more currently matters, in particular the state of Crystal Braves. Afanad did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes for you. Afanad has entrusted countless matters of importance to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. Not even 5 seconds until the formation of this, and there's a traitor. Oh, I got the title. Oh, well, the achievement of Eorzea Defender. I don't know if I got the title. Profile. I might have completely passed them, and that would have been my bad. I did. It's strange. I've only been at this for 2 hours. What is it? And do I concise? I'm rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that's wants of attention. Given the sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor, though we are but newly formed. There is already great demand of our services, and we are hard pressed to answer all petitions. But digress. The fact is, I would soon attend to this particular matter myself, but my president is required elsewhere. I'm being That being the case, I have entrusted the resolution to my second in command, Captain Ilbert. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance.
Hail to you, sire. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge. But we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway. And if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purposes by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-woman army like you.
brings you here, my friend?
She is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Ha! Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to her, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Hilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
So suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Good gosh, I was mute, Ace. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stone and report to Commander Levier. So his grandfather's name was Louis Saud Levier. I gotta say, that's a pretty good name. There's a trader from Teji Alegi. I say, is the trader from Teji Alegi? Probably skipped over it.
No, I think I paid attention to it. I don't know, I'm just scared.
Will I find out before I get to Heaven's Sword?
Yeah.
Okay, everything's gonna be handled within this whole small little.
Yeah, you'll get your questions answered.
It's a lot of. Nope, I thought this was the talking one. We are returned from Ul'dah, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble? You will recall that the fourth was tasked with reconnoitering the run of Usai used by the Ivory's minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to this destination. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Guardians are not want to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have given grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Beg your pardon, Commander, but we have not the time. I am afraid I must ask for your aid once more. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Guardians with more captives. Yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Now, alien of the fourth lies in wait in the tangle near the entrance to the Castrum Sentry. Seek her out and she will apprise you of the situation. So whether they kept the outpost active. This is actually my first time seeing this area and from the air. You would aid us in the rescue mission. We are your dead warrior of light. Now time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. The Guardians fell upon us without warning, wandering poor Rash and hauling her away to the classroom yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, Guardians may be interrogating Rash or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their intentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castron Century. Please help us find Rush before it's too late. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Some need of paperwork that needed to be done. The old tales are true. Gallahorn? I have no idea. Where am I?
It's a guy.
Thank God we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now, to quit this accursed place, Resh cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe the division is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Diversion. Given your reputation, I suspect the Guardians will be one too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the cast room, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safe outside these walls. So the team comprised of a Marauder, a Thaumaturge, a Conjurer, and a Archer, and then whatever Resh is, which I can't see what she is. Oh well. I have waited for your return most anxiously, my friend. We have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Rayesh is safe, and we suffer no further casualties. Word cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission success to Commander Olivier. I shall go on ahead and to the Rising Stones. I don't know. I like this little hand mount, Ace. Just getting dragged off by a hand.
It's funny, but
It does me well to see you thus return, though I doubt not your prowess. Entering a enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture. I must confess to having been a trifle anxious, but there you are, Helen O, having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. At least you wonder the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Dolmens. Thanks to their expert ministration, the danger is past. You have my gratitude. Allow me to thank you also, Saya. Reyes owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the ivory. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Coathus. I have been granted an audience with the Ishgardian dignitary, and you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. We have been blessed with a rare opportunity, an audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Emric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and Camp Dragonhead. It is considered to be it's considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For the reason I consider your attendance essential, the Sir Emric wishes to meet the woman behind the legend. I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The Ascendant should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Coathus. Mayhap you feel this is to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good could be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. the best characters. Is he a knight? No, I was joshing you. I know he's a knight. A meeting with the Ishgardian ambassador, by all means, I think that it's a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribes activity of late. If Afanad believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms, I will see no reason to deny him. I take it that she has explained the situation. She has. Yet, welcome though through these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? With that, I knew the question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Abalathia's spine, ruled by Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Oresian alliance formed in the wake of Al Mehigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convites who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed to Battle of Silver Tier Skies. Since which time their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Carcinel, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were correspondingly absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall as once fell Al Mehigo. And what have my efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messenger we have been fobbed off with in the past, this time we shall meet the man of general influence. Of course, I am not so naive as to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire yet, though I have yet to find out what. But such of the nature of diplomacy, they will bring their agendas to the negotiation table, and so will I, along with a handful of uncontrollable truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead. Our old friend Lord Harnchefant is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further integrated yourself with the men. Excellent work. His findings may prove useful to our cause. Before I make the mistake of actually walking up out of here. Revenant Toll be the, like, only spawn point of that whole area.
Yeah.
That's gonna bother me just slightly. How do people get different colored chocobos? I want to change my chocobo color. Ah, ever a welcome sight. Our hearts have been stroked to blazing in preparation of for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch a cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold times. Good Master Afanat. In honor as always. Likewise, Lord, forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debt incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House of Fortemps may seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak help to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is a grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Seer Emmerich arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey, and dare say to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you are willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the Intersory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the others attendees. As inviting as her sounds, I think it's best we proceed to the Intersory forthwith. Okay, just disappeared on me. Ace, are you able to change the color of your chocobo?
No, because, well, I had barely used it.
Oh, okay. I think mine's at level 3. We have respected you, madam. Pray take your ease aside, and I shall summon the others.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The Beast Tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridania lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Forton has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not. For I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The Dragon Star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
So I'm gonna take a wild guess. This dragon woke up, didn't it? Oh, I should have went with the other pants. Oh well. Just when we were starting to make progress. And make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, we're in so inclined I should thank the gods who are conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Hanfat and find out what he has learned. Ace, I got 2 more levels and then I can pick up Dancer.
Nice, dude. You gonna main it?
I don't know. I haven't tried a range class yet.
They're pretty easy, honestly. You don't have to worry about positioning yourself. They're good for when bosses do AoEs that drop you away from bosses still do damage.
I don't do any damage. And positioning myself isn't that bad. All I have to do is stand behind the boss.
They tend to be more supportive, like almost like a mix between the healer and
Damage.
yeah, it's like they don't like heal per se, but they
Buff.
yeah, the buff the party.
Anyway, my serious apologies for the interruption, my friend, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart heretics fell upon the caravan bound to Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless, an instant every knight was slain, every crate seized, then as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. 'Twould be an impossible feat without knowing the root knowledge to which only a select few are privy to, I presume. Quiet. I can pursue the avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly. Lord said, lest cautious evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. So my order was going to be Monk, which I'm currently doing, then Dark Knight, then then Dancer, then Black Mage. So in all, I do 2 Realm Reborn classes and 2 added classes. Roll along, adventurer. There's nothing. Oh, Lord, bid you speak with us? Then you must beg your pardon, Scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind, tipped the wagon for good measure even. Whole thing is a bit odd, if you ask me. Would have been easier just to still prepare, probably with wagons of their own, hidden a way off. But pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis not but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observation could tell you something more factual, that is, if he is awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack, not that his presence amounted to much. I think I went the wrong way. No, I didn't. I went the right way. I just went to the wrong building. You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came up upon them before the entrance to the halls of the Seven Echoes pilgrims. We marked them as lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing like in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl. I thought some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same. Else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek, and then he sighed. Then he sighed and crumbled to the ground. I don't know. I didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere. I looked and tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead, and the heretics were unloading the wagons. I couldn't, I mean, they have killed me, so I just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. My mouth feels slower in this region. Is it? No, it is average speed. Ah, you returned. What news have you for us? Seeing Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is the Shiva the heretics speak of? Have you not read a single line of Encroachment, Master Infinite? Effort. Shiva is a traitor of kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saints of heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Hanford, what was the covering cargo? I recall correctly, Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva as a beast tribe with a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform Lord Commander at once. Lord Infant, you would agree to that this discretion is of paramount concern. Of course. I trust you can count on your continued support, Master Affinate. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat, or our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brother and Revelstow to our entire order must turn its efforts to prevention of the summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I am sure you would not miss this for the world. So another non-primal primal? The persistent attacks of the cavern seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relative minor one. There was, before I could discern, a purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After appraising Nephilia of the situation, I shall summon the unit of Crystal Ravers to assist us. As for you, pray join me at Whitebrim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knight of House of Dundire have redoubled their reconnaissance effort in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillmont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then. Good. I talk like English isn't my first language at times. Does it seem that way, Ace? Besides the Seventh Round wish to join the hunt for Iceheart, your assistance is more than welcome, my friend. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no more better. We are all ears, Lord Drummond. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics got away. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all be but confirm our suspicion. I have heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whitebrand Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. There are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Elmeric. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration, Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Drillmont has one in mind. He was right there. We could have just talked to him. Yes, yes, excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray, speak, and it shall be done. It seems as though we are always one step behind. Our query ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield a self-same result. Unfortunately, we are not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Gallium, right? We have not the mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent similar breach and security in future. Accordingly, we conduct an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whiteburn Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identify only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Icy Heart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and Crystal Braves, and recognize their intent. He may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to ensue, at which point he must report to Sir Gentromont and the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. Oh, we barely making it down. Where are you, Ace? Same dungeon you've been running? Completely lost him. He left the wall far. Supposed to be reading. I completely forgot. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the bloody echo. Lower your voice. Oh, or they'll hear us in White Rim Front. Yes, of course. Simple, nice, hard, and slow cloak. This is what you bring to me. I already know about that. You are commander. Our commanders and Boulder Downs will use the tunnels dead before they know what's happening. Nonetheless, if you waste any time, my time again, is that clear? Some poor shoot, what was he? Is it called Gunbreaker? The chain class for the guns? Yeah, some poor one while I was taking the Fate boss, he just came in and just like got destroyed by it and died. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. I would seem the heretics aware of our operation and confronted that they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Dawn are key to their plan, which means it is key to our plan that they are be rooted out and put to the sword. Killing some bad guys, Ace. Killing some bad guys. The Allied force. Oh well. We have long suspected that the heretics used the network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given that you overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passages, and that the heretics and Boulder Dawns are planning to use them to take out our forces unaware. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House Dundire Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy numbers, our readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be significant. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with, oh my gosh, just a falling lollyfill. Well, with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulder's Downs. If Haleon is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy. The lives of our allies are at stake. My knight sent no word of your coming. What has happened? What is that in your hand? By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service, and now they lay dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered, and no, we have not the men to spare. Not now. Well, not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of significant number to contend with the combined strength of Temple Knights and Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you follow managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of guardsmen watch at the outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicion. With that, he had caught some sooner. With this information, the heretic would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with the impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Dundire must send reinforcements even if it means withdrawing knights from Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Time is of the essence. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretic may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not. If they are cut down, their swords are drawn, but all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you, fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Ermic everything we have discovered. This is a welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden. You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting in such an attack. Now that we have the confirmation, we shall place my eyes on high alert. Has Commander Levier been informed? The Braves must be made aware. It must be here. I am certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery come when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it. This is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this summoning. There she is. Come here, girl. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, either. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similar warm welcome. Commander Olivier. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrance to some half a dozen tunnels after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that's not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon our sword to defend it. Ah, just as I suspected. Amongst these warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Icy Heart's lair. Summon the others, we're going in. A moment after that, the tunnel in question is barely wide enough for two men abreast. We cannot say with any certain where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge at this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, a greater number would be more of a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Ermin, keeping the heretics at bay here, we will go whenever the tunnel leads. If you find Icy Heart at the end of it, do not let her escape. Your venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. And I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many, or Papalemon will sulk. The entrance to the tunnel, madam, is just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per Sir Ermin's order, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Alright, got a new dungeon. There it is. Um, 8-minute wait time isn't bad, is it?
It's not terrible.
Probably should have went in there as a healer. Nah,
Well, I can't join you because I'm already in adventure.
I know. Should have enough to... Well, while I wait, I'm gonna go to Limsa. I'm guessing after I finish this, it's gonna go back to the Immortal Flames and their whole shebang, and that'd be the end, right?
Of that patch, yes. Actually, they get better. There's a trial. One more, actually, there's 2 trials. This first one is like bad. Second one is tough though.
Both 4 people or 8 people?
No, trials from here on out are all 8 people.
Oh, wonderful. That means mass chaos everywhere, AoEs and other animations going off. Which is, Pugilist animations aren't bad at all. It's the White Mage's animations that kind of blind me. Especially the move Holy. If I appoint you first class, you may serve for best interests. Oh, okay. For this, you must receive express endorsement from Commander. The Commander stands on the last speak to what you must approve. Oh, I gotta actually win the Commander approval from this point. What rank are you in your Grand Company? I just got the Storm Sergeant first class.
Second lieutenant.
Okay. From Chief Storm Sergeant to Second Lieutenant, or from Storm Sergeant first class to Chief Storm Sergeant?
Just you gotta do the quest that she gives you.
Doing the mess from Proud as very see. As a matter of fact, we just I was hoping to come along. House Desmile and Ishgard is in some distress, and we are just the one we need to answer the call. Your task is to travel to Desmile Darkhold and purge the subterranean fortress of Voidsent. Once you've ready, make your way to Central Highlands of Corythus. I trust you'll have little trouble finding the Darkhold. Ophiel, a retainer in the service of House of Dismel, will brief you in great detail when you arrive. We await word of your success. Wow, we're waiting on a healer. And ironic that I have to go back to the same place I just left. It goes there. Oh, you must be the reinforcers. I beg your pardon. Recent sights have left me a little skittish, as an untrained chocobo. Visma Darkhold, the name itself sends the shivers up the spine, does it not? This place has been infested by all manner of fearsome voicing of late. Why, I've even heard word of statues come to life. While we Ishgardians pride ourselves on seeing to our own defenses, the threat this time is simply too great. You see to these abominations, won't you? Oh, I've already done this. Huh. The wait time for a DPS person is just way too long. We don't question people, they just do that. 30-second even on the clock. Oh, this is a nice little dungeon. And this is where that tranquil music comes from, at least. From the deep dungeon. Actually, let me start with this. Start with keep up. Get some food. All right. Peace. Oh, I'm sad to kill it now. Oh, we all Aru. That's nifty. That was the oddest drag I have ever been through. Whoa, I got 2 commendations for that. That's odd. Usually think the healer we got it.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light. Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am. I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
What you know about Hydaelyn? Nice to know they have an aetheryte crystal in a random cave. That took longer than I expected. What's the news? So Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from our description of what that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. At any case, now that you have cleared the path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Mayhap that wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. 12 be praised. We may yet turn the situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Mephilia and Urianger have been busy pursuing the archives of House of Fortemps, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if we were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't the Ascendant should be here any moment? I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. I don't know about him, but I fairly enjoy the cold. Don't do well in the heat. So you came to us straight from the archives of House of Fortemps. I trust for your time there proved fruitful. With that I had Urianger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are spur and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with a dragon in the gravest of all sins according to the Asgardian faith. Yet, the eyes of Iceheart followers, this is a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it, I say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archive for House of Fortemps. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree to bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Emmerich might take issue with her methods. I don't care if a few stragglers manage to escape until the sappers confirm the tunnel and save the men are not to search for it. Yes, my lord. You pursue your foes with endless zeal, with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Emmerich. This you misunderstand. I do not deny that our enemies have given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Olin that your ancestors come to this land? Why they took up arms? against the Dravens? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a resignation of freedom. Will that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury? Suggest righteous fever may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. But I would not presume to speak of for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and scripture tells us only so much. Would that it hold us more? That man is awfully... Well, that happened. Well, while I wait to be reconnected, let's go get me something to drink. By some sick design, someone disconnected me. This war is currently filled. Player queue is 22. Up. Now. Skip all the small chatter to where I was earlier. Okay, this should be the last thing I remember. Anyway. That man's awfully charismatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait to at the negotiation table, to be sure, less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman, so of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, with each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being Good King Mungal Mog 12, the myth made manifest in response to the favorite supplication of Mughal guards. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation who yearn of the resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction mephilia, they have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded the primary analysis of the aetheryte Icy Heart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another aetheryte somewhere not too far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second aether, however, they have been wholly unable to detect the presence directly. Unless Icy Heart has some means to mask this signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for the alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let's not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues is a Sherilyn, may be able to assist us. Pride that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. I got through that. And if you hear wind in my background, I have a fan on. When Mephilia looks into our aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance in another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic forces which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly. Respite. That was an odd join. Where was I? Remnants of forces which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly despite our numbers. Gorthus is vast, and Icy Heart followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Icy Heart's followers, the sooner we can pass them for the leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Good. I knew you would understand. You has can appraise you on the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatory. Captain Ilbrid and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation. The temple... Okay. Skip it. Thank you. There you are. Commander Olivier instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the third hail from Uda, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boot, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nearly a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making a for Danafan Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall take part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I did not earn my coin. So close. Honestly, did not need to fly. Balls. My ankle is on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Danfat Pass. Hurry, you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. This snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Wait. Oh, okay. This party is public. The tracks lead south to west. Sayo, what are you doing here? The heretics, I'm not sure. There was great scale beasts and he has I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretic tracks that I almost failed to notice they had double back. Almost mind you, one tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man knapsack for anything of interest, and oh and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatome, give the signal, and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaking for itself, doesn't it? Does it not? They cannot possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search surrounding the area. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the witness around the observatory. I will need more the moments moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Speaking of which, all 4 hours ago, okay. Checking said comments, just in case. I am through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with these blue coats in the night, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Well, stay with her then, if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland, sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet, your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. None but meet with in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will. We shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. First meeting you here, I presume your work with the third brought you here. That what a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Galen spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Afanad is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land to prevent tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a vast, peculiar set of skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far. I shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, let us wait inside for Captain Ilbrid to return and deliver his report. Honestly, I should have just flown over the walls. Captain Ilbrid seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, he should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spread another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. is this going on? Event settings, display spectators and comments. We have 4 hours. Captain Ilber, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us not that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ashgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, has proven more than fruitful. We have centered the channel by which the heretics acquire their information on the shipment of routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we first identified as being the Ivy employee. From him, we were able to trace trails of conspirators, which taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to erupt, and fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step to detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant Stoll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from the House of Fortums. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. Not other than a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved, at least, but what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to praising off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative power available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider then that our investigation is now known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the agent is among Raban's innermost circle, someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? Tis most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company founding, the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the 3 grand companies, Udon was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of Maelstrom and the Order of Twin Otter. To all intent purposes, it was the same people Lowell was mine, under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Udall military was made up of desperate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Raban faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill their ranks. Indeed, And given the pressing nature of an imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellswords. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been a child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now, eh? The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization funding, 'twas not out of charity that they did so, but simply self-preservation. Had Nev Van Darnsen's ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Rabbi with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Domanian allies are shouting several high-ranking flames. Any one of them could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugee were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attends to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in the inspecting crystal shipment. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner as other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Ermic, informing him of our success in identifying the heretic arbiters. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me as the realm's Stolas champion. 'Tis only meet that you will be present for the discussion. Oh, and the Ascendant has already given her consent. Least you worry. You know I work for the Maelstrom too, you know. The Admiral word should, concern. Like me, you're doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but until another path to her sacrum is found, we will remain beyond our reach. Mephilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until each time they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me in Nerfika altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. I love that chocobo suit right there.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader, not so his uncle.
So, young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Ala Mhigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Carteneau dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
It would not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being one proposed, despite their protestation to the country. Plainly, the threat of resurgent Galamon is not enough to stir them. The reason for that is deep-rooted mistrust amongst the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little unless to the common folk. Take Limson for instance. Though Admiral Miro outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for gog-swallowing, wooden-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gordanians are monks as hermits who talk to trees, and the Udon scorn for as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentimentals are entirely without ground. Of course, take the pillar of Udon society, Teji Aleji, for example, but that is besides the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict at Cartanu is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warming faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. The order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing. Let us speak of more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list to spec, and be happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end. All that remains is to corner Arcuri, seek out Ilbert near Otter's Nest, and he will give you the particulars. Should there be any development in Coethus, we may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in the apprehending of the Ivy. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Oh, I like that though. Listen well, the spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Ellen Rosalie, Rabbi second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flame, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, bearing the Flame General himself, of course. We have informed the Grand Company Raban chose people based on their worth, whence they held was no interest. The Maelstrom saw things differently, however. Having found the Enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the monarchists did not raise so much as a murmur to protest when Royally was appointed to her post. Passing strange is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold on the monarchists? But their revelations are second to our current mission. For foremost interest to us, the Royalty's presence here now, as you may be aware. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General, while Rabbi attend the Council of Alliance. Leaders she should have remained in the Halls of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless. On some pretense she is up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of Robley's guilt. But if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. You have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and docks. Every point of egress she cannot leave without our knowing. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? You have my thanks. Let's go. Then take care not to alert any our curry. Oh, that was some lag. Roll his head in the direction of Blue Badge Gate with me, Scion. So Rosalie has entered the Caroline Conaby, meeting someone pre-chance, or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray, look for her within. If she is not on the upper floor, then try landing your area below. One of my stationed there, she may have seen something. Amphrey is her name. I shall remain here in case Rosalie reappears. Nope, nope. Can't do that. This way? Nope. But it would make perfect sense. Oh, no, it won't. Such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? A social visit, you say? Oh, pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I have noted every passenger, and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you're sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. We're in the 7th. Could she have gone? That roast, how could I forget? Greetings, good sir. May I interest you in some Mum-2 tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor. If you take my meaning, perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You are sure know me from Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not easily deceived. You may wish to take your search in East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. I think 12 the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Rosalie would have disappeared without a trace. I want this. Oh, I should have chose that since I was going to dance her later. That leads us to the East Shroud Scions. I shall suggest we follow Ridley's example and take ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait you at Sweet Bloom Pier. Ferry. This way, my friends. Mercury makes for the Hawthorne Hut. If Rosie is truly the one we see, we expected that she means to make contact with her Gallian masters here. An exception is in order. Explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that Gallians have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friend at Garland's Ironwork have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications, and we have installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Really would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with the Imperials' contact directly. Yet, as we know faces and a mortal face, she cannot move about Vanderland without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw her through her disguise. 'Tis for the reason I believe that she chose the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elzen are common sight here, and her coming are not like to turn many heads. As my scouts tell it, the Guardians have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Unfortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in buffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make the Hawthorne Hut and catch Rolly in the act. My people report that Arcuri has departed for the Bombo Batch. The Ivy returns to the Knolls whence she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require evidence against her. What could be better than to capture her in the act when she meets with her Guardian masters? My countryman and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Just beyond Burley's conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer, Imperial intimidator, no doubt. That is it with me. Flame Marshal Ellen, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool. You are unarmed, my lady, scarcely garbed for battle, but if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What's the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling into the 12th Wood? When last I looked, there was no crime, and neither was serving with a passenger stranger. You would foreign ignorance then? Very well. How would you think of something to say? There will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I offer no struggle after all. I have naught to hide. Even a warrior of R'lyeh's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is unattainable. With Ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that tendrils she entwined around the mortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Udal will have a grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now? So the Scions seek to way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I just say, you are eager to return to Rising Star. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the arts of the shinobi? You have aptitude for it. I believe so. Please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. Welcome back. I understand that Afternoon had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges choosing espionage against Eileen R'lyeh. I can scarce believe it. Could they have could they not have been some manner of misunderstanding? To no, it's evils us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Oh, finally something I could use. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte and Deep Snow Cloak to teleport for a short distance, to west, most likely to a sanctum of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva, something the crystals using the crystals she stole from the house of Frontis Cavern. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes. Seems likely that result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the effort that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into their established Ethernet and thereby follow our query. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetheryte to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetheryte upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter of links with Urianger, we have concluded that we lack the experience to develop a solution, which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such experience. A colleague of ours who currently en route to Revenant's told a Charlian she could be arriving within the hour. In fact, since you are here, mayhap you could welcome her together. I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Well, let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Or I can just do this. Beats me going through two doors.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar, and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
It's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister!
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Urianger, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first,
Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Oh, looking at me like yeah, alright. Hey, charging to death. I've already informed Ethernet of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moon described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope to success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you to find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you have done on our behalf, and that I have faith that you will return to us, as you always have. You should say, as I now. so quiet. Is the music not playing because I'm so high up? No, it's just quiet. There's something. Oop. Good to see you. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sent his regards, but the way he attends to the interrogation of Elaine Raleigh and Uda, even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the IV upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean I say, the others are waiting for us at the Ether after you, Scion. There, it's ready. Ha, it worked, I think. Try tuning to the ether right now. Feel the current and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If by the chance 12 you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Siva. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted the Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of summoning ritual. If she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Siva in battle. Knowing little of this scene, I can say if your own strength will suffice, so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on success Moonbreeder's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with the knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emery. Madam, Sir Emery regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that I read you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need it is not here her knights who stand poised to defeat her. The warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where the others would flee, you chose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service of greater cause. May Elon bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Oh, this is gonna be a minute. very easy boss fight. Very easy. I guess that's what you get for not messing with an actual primal. It's just someone to be worshipped.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift.
Well, she was definitely talking about Hydaelyn. And she knows something of the Echo. And Lahabrea? Nope, not Lahabrea.
A predictable outcome. Nevertheless, Lahabrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
About the 12s, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? I started to what? And you certain about that? Are you... Cravens are skilled with glamours after all. Look, if you say that what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No, fair enough. I was only asking. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for Rising Star, eh? I get everyone to meet us here. But before that, you had best pay visit to Wyvernfront, speak with Alphanet. He probably worried sick about you. That, or he's busy playing at politics with the Edge Guardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, why you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No blurry visions? Oh, no reason. See you. There she is, and none the worse to wear. Was there ever a doubt that the warrior light would succeed? I think I speak for all of us, Wall, when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the steering tell of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning, but not too late to prevent for the loss of life. An outcome worthy of celebration, one which we have you to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Armric. We should be content with that we have accomplished. For one could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat and the hereticals have been routed. Aye, there is no matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Dremont, is the cavern ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenantstall. Of that, I have no doubt. Take it, these are self-same supplies the heretics stole from the house front cavern. Bless the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment. Yes, scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. On the unrelated note, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was more distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Men give vent to their anxieties and myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. Up. Yep. I'm gonna do this set of quests and I'm head to bed. It's pretty late. But I did wanted to get at least one of those 2 trials that Ace was talking about. Honestly, depending on where I'm standing at a time. Actually, yeah, let me check what I am at time. I would like to reach 6 hours. Oh yeah, this would be 6. Okay. This would be 6. I will cut it off after this. What were you thinking? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart Lair, knowing full well that she could have significant forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway, and then engaging the abomination in mortal combat by the Fury. 'Tis the stuff of battles, a battle of the ages. With that, I had been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. Would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emmerich wished to have words with you and Master Aphrodite in private. He awaits us in the Intercessory.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Okay, that should wrap it up for me for now. There we go. That looks better. I guess I had to do that for extra outros. Alright, peace.